right, good
Were
morning.
you ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Austin, you ready? Okay, let's go.
Good morning. I'd like to open the July 27th work session meeting open. And first up, we have, I think, a full quorum, obviously, and we need to consider adoption of the agenda. Do we have any changes?
Yep, so I moved closed session to letter B because Chaplain is not going to be here in person, so we have to call him. So we're going to do that first. And then I've added number 12, discuss and consider RFP bids for bars, recreation, and churchage recreation, and enter agreement for construction of new playground at Eford Park with selected contractor not to exceed TBD, and allow manager to execute the contract. I also added number 13, discuss and consider authorizing manager to execute agreement with Ancura for cyber incident forensic audit response and prepare budget amendment if needed. And number 14, discuss and consider of thermoplastic crosswalks at Weddington Chase. And I have no additional changes, additions, subtractions.
Quick question. Do we want to add just a quick topic on what we learned from Coffee with Council?
We do have a Coffee with Council debrief.
We have the
and you still
debrief.
have a conference.
Oh, terrific. Perfect. Okay. All right. No. No, it was two ladies that showed up. I think you spoke to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
All right. Any other changes? Need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
so moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
We're going into closed session now?
Yep.
All right, I'd like a motion to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A13 for review of closed session minutes and to consult with an attorney retained by the public body to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
So
moved. All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And we're going to the community room, friends.
Yay.
Yep.
We need our.
Wait.
Yeah, we do, right?
You do need your computers, make sure your mics are turned off.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check.
The mayor is afraid to sit next to me.
Are we ready?
Name plaque.
Did he? Oh, he did, yep. Okay.
I put Chaplin over there.
Chicken.
Buck, buck. All right,
I know.
we've now just resumed into open session. First up, we have presentations. Do we have any? None. Village Hall. Items of discussion. We don't have anything in Village Hall, right? She's not. Okay. Items of discussion, first up, we have consider adoption of ordinance for zoning text amendments to the Marvin Heritage District Form-Based Code.
Okay, so this is the revised text amendment from the public hearing during our July regular meeting. To highlight the changes real quick is that in your guys' packet, there is one addition. It's draft change number 1. I've highlighted where it says is no greater than a 10% deviation. It should read in parentheses, provided that such deviation is no greater than a 10% deviation. The other changes included taking out that change, the proposed change of removing special use permits, and kind of revise it to have change number 3 where it says standards either with an issuance of a special use permit or with specific approval of a conditional rezoning. I mentioned to you guys, once again, if they are proposing a specific use for a specific building that is a special use, you guys can grant that as a permitted use that still has to comply with those supplemental regulations as part of the conditional rezoning. If they do not have a vision or something for that special building, then said use that is identified as special use, they would have to then come and get a special use permit after the rezoning or, whenever that space is identified for that use. The only other changes different from the public hearing gets into it's attachment number 4 or attachment number 3, which is basically the buffering. I've highlighted those. In short, these were just recommendations made by Keith, the Union County Urban Forester, just kind of some additions. It's just basically stating it's encouraged that if the existing vegetation is in good health, we would like them to use that over than replanting. We've also added kind of a little thing in here where they can kind of propose an alternative buffer landscape plan that would be reviewed by myself and the urban forester to make sure it still complies to meet the goal and the intent of the ordinance. Other than that, those are the only changes from the public hearing.
Anybody got any questions?
I was going to ask that. Do you have any questions?
No?
Everyone good, council? No changes?
Okay, so I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance for zoning text amendments to the Marvin Heritage District Form-Based Code as amended, and find that the proposed zoning text amendment is consistent with the Village of Marvin 2020 Land Use Plan, the Marvin Heritage District Small Area Plan, and other officially adopted village plans, and is reasonable and in the public interest.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next up, we have call for public hearing, discussion, and consideration conditional rezoning application CZ 2023-1 to rezone the 1.518 acres located at 9908 Newtown Road from R Marvin Residential to Marvin Heritage District, commercial only.
On August 8th at 6 p.m. So moved.
Further discussion? No questions? All is in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next up, we have discussion and consideration of Tom Short Road Extension Landscaping and Maintenance Agreement.
I think we've directed the manager to discuss with the abutting neighborhoods,
To negotiate an agreement.
Sorry, Jesus.
Okay, so that was all done in closed session, what we talked about specifically, what we'd like to see. So do we need a motion to,
Nope.
okay, nothing further on that, or any questions, comments? All right, moving on. Next up, we have a review of council meeting minutes. There were only one in there. Anybody have any questions or concerns on the minutes?
I'm good with them.
Good, so we'll put those on the
I have them on consent at the next meeting.
consent agenda, all right? No motion for that, right?
Don't need a motion.
Okay, and then next up, we have number 5, discuss and consider approval of art display proposals and purchase of 2 5-panel systems from Demco, not to exceed $3,500, and direct staff to prepare a budget amendment from fund balance. Who's got that?
That,
Is that you?
yes. Sorry. We had a resident, maybe about 6 months ago, come and request us to do some type of art exhibit presentation for local art. Attached in your agenda packet is kind of what she's looking for to highlight some of the art. This is obviously not something that we budgeted, so we would have to do a budget amendment and then also figure out where we're going to put this item if you all approve this request. One of the things, too, that I'd like to mention is we would really want to have someone to manage this project from, you know, how it's decided, what's decided to go there, and kind of the change out, that kind of stuff. Currently, we don't have anyone in-house that probably has the capacity to do that, so that's something that we should probably consider in this process. We would definitely need a volunteer, I guess, group or person to put the items up, change them out, figure out some type of policy as to how things are selected so there's no bias in terms of, you know, someone putting a piece of art that their kid did instead of someone else within the community. So there's a lot to go with this in terms of creating some type of policy or procedure to display the art. But it was a request that was done from the community, so I wanted to present it to you all for consideration and discussion.
I mean, this is something similar, if I'm not mistaken, to what the high school has, correct? You go into the main lobby and there's all the artwork is displayed by the kids that are, I mean, an art, and I don't know how they manage that, if the teacher decides who gets in those panels or what, but, I mean, I have no problem, I mean,
No problem with art display, but I have a problem with footing the bill for to hold it. I mean, if the community wants to put together an art display and have it at Village Hall, I'm absolutely fine with that, but I don't see why the village has to pay for the structures to display it on.
agreed, and the other question is, where would we put it?
Well, that was gonna be my thing. Where are we gonna set it up? How often is it gonna get swapped out? And I understand, I've read the email, and it says after the expenditures are confirmed, the resident will contact the school administrators. Well, what if the school administrators aren't interested in doing it? Then we've spent money on something that we can't use. These panels look pretty big per the picture, so it's like, where are we putting them? I love the idea of displaying art. I think it's great. I think that's a fantastic idea. I'm just not sure that the village is the place to do it. Now, if this person would like to get confirmation or get an agreement from the schools that they're willing to do it, they're willing to swap it out every, 3 months, and somebody's willing to come in and do that, then I might have an easier time to do the expenditure and figure out where we're gonna do this. But without having the commitment from the schools or wherever they want to get the art from, I'm not spending money on something that may or may not come to fruition. That's me.
But I mean, I have no problem if you look back in the back room, something as simple as this, display a couple pieces. I got no problem because that shouldn't cost us much. I agree with you, a lot of things need to take place first. But then my bigger issue would be, where do we display it? Can we assure that it'll be protected? Because say it gets damaged, then who's on the hook for that? I mean, there's just so many things that could happen.
And, yeah, something as simple as that back there that you referred to, I'm totally fine with. That's something that, you know, and it makes the room look nicer when we're having meetings and such. So if that's something that they would want to do, it's very simple, then yeah, that'd be fine with me.
One kind of happy medium, if you want to entertain, is I can get with the person that's requesting this and get them to, first and foremost, reach out to the community or the school and see if they're willing to give that commitment. But we could also have kind of an art appreciation month where we have something similar to this, and they come in, and so it's kind of a happy medium to actually get the artwork displayed, but it's not a huge cost for us.
Yeah, but a 1 month and we're spending $3,200 on these things?
No, I mean, just using something similar to these easels. We would just kind of post them in better-looking presentations. We wouldn't spend a whole lot of money on it.
Again, this is not what the village is here to do. Like, I mean, it's just not. Like, that's for the school, that's for the art teachers to do it at the school.
If we had people coming in here, visiting to take tours, pay their taxes, do a plethora of activities here, but
Come to a meeting.
we don't,
Who's gonna be looking at the art?
I would just recommend them doing it at school. Do it at the school, not do it here. You know, and I don't want us to shut down someone's stuff, but you're asking for money, investment, you're asking for space that we don't have, and you're asking for something to put in a venue that nobody comes to, quite honestly. Let's not, so they got 4 strikes against them already. Just my take on it.
Any other comments? I mean, based on what I'm hearing, and, you know, if we're gonna do anything, it's not gonna be something that's gonna be a cost, or should be a cost to the village, because that, to your point, Kim, is not what we're here for. And at this point, we're just, the art things, we'll leave that up to the art teachers in the high schools and local, you know, artists, if you will. So, and if everyone's okay, I don't think we have to take a motion on this, correct, Austin? I don't think we have to take a motion on this, if it's just, okay, so no action will be taken on it, because it doesn't seem to be much interest from what I'm hearing. I'm not even sure that we're asking them to get the commitment on there, because what I'm hearing, even if they did get the commitment, this isn't the venue for it, because it would require us to spend money, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Moving on. Next, I have discussion of Marvin Village Hall drainage study.
So if you will recall, about a year ago, we discovered there was a lot of water coming off of the DOT drainage pipe that's across the street onto a Village Hall property. We have since entered an agreement with McAdams to kind of study the water issues that we are going to potentially have at the park and the issues that we're having here to figure out a collective resolution for both park properties and Village Hall. In that study, it's in your agenda packet, there's a lot of terminology and just information in there that you probably don't understand. I don't understand it myself. So from that document, it basically goes over all the flow and the requirements of a bioretention cell, which is exactly what we thought was going to happen. They have prepared some schematics of what they're looking for, i.e. the rain garden. That's in your agenda packet. I think it's a separate attachment, and it basically outlines the specs of the bioretention cell and the various plantings that they're recommending. It's like a planting landscape design, and we can change this landscape design if it's not of the desires of council, but this is what they're recommending. If you remember, when we went into this contract, they were not 100% drawn plans. We had a lot of discussion about that because I didn't really fully understand what that meant, and basically we hashed this out with McAdams while they were here, and that they're basically providing a percentage of the plans to show us exactly what they're looking for. So we should be able to give this detail to some type of contractor, and they should be able to get it done based on what's here. There's a couple of things that aren't pointed out in the spec plans, like the type of pipe or the perforated pipe, some of the details on they call it medium to the sand that goes into the bioretention pond. But basically, this is what they're suggesting, is those bioretention cells, one of it's going to be in the front of Village Hall, and there's gonna actually be like a retention cell with a drainage pipe that goes down the side and into another one. If you guys are okay with this, what I'll do is try to reach out to a couple of contractors and get a quote for getting this done. They may require additional plans, because again, this is not 100%, but they may be able to do it based on what they see here.
Well,
Does,
sorry.
ahead.
Well, the first thing I see here is this drawing is inaccurate. It's in the DOT right-of-way, even though the right-of-way is shown here, it's in the wrong place. So it needs to be moved closer to Village Hall in placement, because
What do you-
DOT's right-of-way goes all the way to the end of that pipe, and they're showing it, that this garden will start at the very edge of the pipe.
Yeah, what page you on?
It's,
Is it on the first?
it's number 3.
of 93?
Yeah, it's the number 3 attachment, drainage specs details, PDF.
Are you talking about this sheet?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's too close to the road. It's actually, because the DOT right-of-way goes past the end of the pipe because of because they bought enough right-of-way to add a second lane there. So, if this is to scale, it would be too close to the right-of-way. It'd be in the right-of-way. It needs to move back towards Village Hall some.
I mean, I can tell them that, but they would have pulled these from GIS imaging, which shows right-of-way. So are you saying that the right-of-way location that they've got identified is not correct?
Yes. Yes, because the right-of-way, DOT acquired enough right-of-way to be able to add an outside lane to the entire traffic circle structure. And when we spoke with DOT, they made it very clear that pipe comes that far over because they own that much right-of-way for the future expansion.
Okay, I'll have to ask them about that.
I just want to double-check on the right-of-way, make sure it's in the right spot, that's all.
Okay, my question is, this plan that they have here, that will help with whatever runoff we have from the future amphitheater space? Did they take that into consideration?
So this first set of drawings is only for Village Hall. They did look at the adjacent property, but we will have to have another bioretention cell there.
But is it in this one? Because didn't we, once we decided that we were going to do that, didn't we tell them to combine the two?
There's going to be two structures. This would be the first one, which would handle Village Hall property, and then there would be a subsequent one during construction of that phase. So because there has to be two in total anyway.
Studies?
Yeah, there has to be two.
But then why did we
Cells.
combine them? Yeah, I get the fact that there's going to be two of them, but didn't we combine the study so they did it all at one time, so we didn't have to come back and do it?
Yes, we did, and they're looking at that in conjunction with whatever we will do with,
So they're going to give us another drainage
Yes.
study later?
yeah.
So this would be phase 1, and that would be phase 2 as that is needed.
I like these plants.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be an absolutely beautiful addition out there and be functional at the same time. So,
I love it.
So just to summarize, just so you all are aware, and I'll get them to check on the right-of-way, and we can realign it if that's the case. But if you're okay with it and we need to realign the right-of-way, however we need to do that, that's fine. But conceptually, what they're doing is putting in a perforated pipe right at the frontage of that drainage pipe that's coming out now. They're putting that bioretention cell right in that general area of the drainage, the pond, and they're running a pipe all the way down here across the side of the building and putting another kind of retention pond with some riprap that goes out.
I don't like riprap. Riprap's ugly.
And we do
well,
river
and
rock.
the other thing that I don't like about it, I'd much rather see that pipe go all the way to the other pipe because we have a moat over there, which makes it very difficult for maintenance and for pedestrian traffic, because
Okay.
as we have outlined, the public restrooms that are in Village Hall are to be used for the entire property for events that would be subsequently happening next door. So this all has to be traversable by pedestrians. So having that moat over there is not an ideal thing.
Okay,
So
so tell me
extending the,
specifically, because I'm lost on what you don't like.
I don't like the fact that the pipe doesn't connect to the existing drainage. That pipe needs to go all the way to the existing drainage catch basin so that we can address the topographical issues we have over here.
Okay, so I will ask them to revisit the right-of-way, make sure it's correct, and you want to have that pipe connect to the existing drainage, but in terms of the civil, the ground moving work, is that something you're requesting to be put into this? To get rid of the moat?
Yeah, when the pipe goes in, they can cover it with dirt, and then the
So
grade
you want
is.
the moat to be washed away and not, like, basically you want to change the existing slope of the land?
Yes, I want to get rid of the moat so that it's maintainable. Because right now, that is way too steep to put a mower on. They have to do it by weed eater. It's just not, it's not good for maintenance. And it's dangerous to walk on.
So just so I'm clear, you want the pipe to be put into the existing drainage, and you want to regrade the entire front to side?
This side, yeah, this side over
Okay.
here, so that we get rid of the deep trench. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, but I'm good with going out and trying to get quotes and get this planted, because we're going to get, in the fall.
Yeah, because now's the time to get it going so that we can get it done this fall.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get back with McAdams on the changes. We'll go ahead and start working on that in-house to get an RFP out on a vendor to get the work done based on the changes, if y'all are good with that.
And it does look like they do have the future Village Hall stuff on here.
They do or don't?
They do. It's on
There
page-
will be a new retention pond that has to go into the adjacent property, so
Yeah, okay.
that's all I have on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No motions? All right, next up we have discuss and consider waiving two-bid requirement and enter contract with Security 101, installation of camera system at Marvin Eford Park, not to exceed $15,000 with a contingency of $3,000, and to direct staff to prepare a budget amendment from fund balance and authorize manager to execute contract. I believe this was a tabled item. What do we have new from
Well,
that?
I'm going to run with this to start with. I had a conversation with Kim a couple weeks ago prior to that, when we tabled it. And I feel like $15,000 is a lot of money for a camera system. I've done some preliminary looking around. You can get whole systems for under $2,000. I feel like that $13,000 worth of installation labor is excessive. One thing that we did discuss and agree on is that we think that we should have internet installed at the park for multiple reasons. One of which would be the security system, which would help facilitate a security system down there, but also for other things such as village-sanctioned events, having internet down there. We can have meetings there because it can be then use our technology. But the other thing is also for people who rent the facility down there, having access to internet is also something else that would entice people to use our facilities. So, in my opinion, I would like to dive into getting the internet first and then do some more research on security systems before we go down and spend that kind of money.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't just get some Ring cameras
Yeah,
that are
there's cheaper alternatives.
significantly less expensive and just install them.
Yeah, I think we can come up with a cheaper system down there
too.
if we have internet in place.
But we need internet.
So I think, don't quote me on this, I think I can get internet for $1,000 or $2,000. If you guys just want to go ahead and authorize up to 5,000, don't think it's going to cost that much to go ahead and get internet supplied out there, we can start working on that at a staff level, but I really think it's going to be closer to $2,000.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
I'm fine
I
with that.
think-
I think that we can do some more research on the security system and revisit that part of it, but I think getting started with the internet is our first
I
step.
agree.
So their system is really nothing more than just cameras and. for
And
15.
wiring and, I mean, the installation was the most expensive part.
It's the
But
same
did-
thing we have here.
But did
Yeah,
they
it's
have any
expensive.
comment on where, or like, where they would put stuff, or is it just gonna be at the entrance, or?
Yeah, it's in there. It's in the barn, and it's also around the maintenance area. The whole reason that we had done this is because, one, we've had people take minor items, a shovel or something like that, from the maintenance facility. We've also had people to not bad, but damage the barn or rent barns when they don't actually have appropriate paperwork and payment. So we're trying to kind of cut down on some of that and hold people liable if they do damage.
Right.
So,
So, I mean, cameras are a good thing down there, and I'm not disputing that, but I think we can do a better job, price-wise, executing that if we do just a little bit more research and we do have internet available down there. Because the internet's gonna facilitate the system to work, where it can be viewed remotely. So from Village Hall, we can monitor the park.
so if someone wants to make a motion to authorize staff to, get internet up to $5,000, we can revisit the
Okay, I'm gonna
security
make a
portion.
motion to authorize the village manager for up to $5,000 for installation of Wi-Fi internet at Marvin Eford Park. I don't think it's gonna cost that much.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next up,
I have one question after the vote. We're gonna have retention on that as far as the film or the pictures and everything that it records on some length of time, not a week or something, but 30 days or?
Yeah, there are a couple of different systems. Some store to the cloud, some store in an actual device, but either way, the images are stored for later use. If we have some kind of issue, we can go back
I
and
just didn't
revisit
want
them.
to do it, well, 24 hours, 48 hours, it's gone, that wouldn't help us then.
It's stored, there's a certain amount of storage space available.
All right.
And we will have to do a budget amendment for that internet, so we'll come back later for y'all, just FYI.
all right, where are we at? Next up, the discussion of events and programs for the upcoming year.
So I'll just start off by real quickly, I'm going to obviously introduce Tyler and let him take this over, but one of the reasons Tyler was hired is to come in and start some programming and focus on events. And so one of the things that he's been doing in his time here is coming up with just some general ideas to start mild programming and kind of getting our feet wet into looking into facility field rentals. He's been working real closely with an HOA here that's potentially got some fields to use, but also the school in terms of the multi-use fields and doing potentially soccer, t-ball, that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, in the discussions that he has had, we have to go through the same rental process as any other person would do. And so we've been having discussions about having exclusive rental agreements with the elementary school, because we are here, we are another governmental entity. We felt like it would benefit the community and those that we all serve together. Unfortunately, there's a soccer group that's out there that's rented the school for pretty much the entire fall. So we're having issues trying to find scheduling on when we could rent the facilities. So our suggestion, and he'll go over this in more detail, there's a lot that goes along with this, but our suggestion is we talk about some of the loose programming here that he's got presented to you all. And if we want to get into the soccer business, we want to get into the t-ball business, let's start working for next year and go ahead and making the programs and plans. We feel like it's a little too late in the game to start a fall program this year, just based on the number of things that we've got to do with getting a league started, association fees, advertisements, that kind of stuff. And there's already someone doing it now today. And then we've got issues with availability of the fields, and also the fields don't have lights as well. So the time is even more limited. There's also the long-term discussion that you all may want to have about putting multi-use fields at Marvin Eford. So if that's the case, that's something that we can look at implementing in the fall as well and not have those limitations on the school. But I'm going to turn it over to Tyler. He can talk to you briefly about the concerns that he has with soccer. He can basically reiterate what I just said, but then he's going to kind of go into detail on the January, February, what he's got presented before you all.
Yeah, so with soccer in the fall, I think the main problem that's coming to mind right now is it'll get dark, there's no lights. And then that's why I think the spring, right, when the time starts to change, we get that going. Also, if we are running just smaller kid, say soccer or t-ball, we have the field patch at Marvin Eford Park that we could paint off and could house games for 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds like that.
Well, if we have it,
Before you move on to your schedule, does anybody have any questions or concerns about the multi-use fields and just kind of our suggestion on waiting until next year?
Well,
I mean, I totally get it, why you would wait.
I think we're almost going to have to do that because, just to give some history of Marvin, that park, I believe, was always meant to be a passive park where we were never going to put in any kind of leagues or any kind of official run. I mean, they have little, like, events, maybe people that do yoga or whatever and have little events in there, but going way back to when they first put this in. And if the council wants to change this, that's fine, but I'm just, from a history standpoint, that park was always meant to be a passive park.
And that was a lot in part with some relationships that, from adjacent property owners, that was why that was delicate at that point, but I feel like that we've moved on from that.
I do too. And I feel like we blew passive out of the water when we had Marvin Day there. So I'm just saying.
But I think that we have the opportunity here to do some improvements to the park, to create some fields and maybe put in some lighting. If we are going to have programming, then there could be some revenue that would pay for that, for those upgrades through the programming. So I think this is something that I'm excited about, kind of going down that track and seeing if we can add some more stuff for the public. And
Too. I mean, I would like to see how many soccer fields, like, can we get in that space, or how, like, a flag football field, or like what are our options there? Because I do think that it would be advantageous for us to really start programming the park. And that's what everybody has said that we've ever had come in and look at what we're doing in the village, is you've got to start utilizing your park. You've got to start doing programming.
And I think while we're designing fields there, I think we need to take light pollution into consideration, big time, because we do want to make sure that we are a good neighbor. We don't want lights shining in people's windows and obscuring. There's, yeah. But yeah, definitely, include that into our plans as to where we're putting the fields and where we're locating lights.
So I
if we're
would
gonna
start
use lights.
working on that for like a spring rollout.
So what we can do.
Because we're not going to have it in the fall, because fall stuff starts like in August. Like, so it's like, so start looking at it for like a spring rollout, but that means that we're really going to roll it out in October and start advertising it. So, we're going to try to get, a couple of teams, like, are they going to compete against each other? Are they going to compete against WCWAA? Like, what's our league? Like, that's another question, is what's our league?
Yeah.
Who are we competing against?
Right.
Because I don't know that we're going to be big enough, like a Champ Sports, where it's, at Calvary Church, where you've got, 8 different flag football teams in the 13, 14 range, right? Like, we're not going to be that big yet. So are we going to just kind of, I get the fact we're going to try to start small. I'm not trying to do a giant one first, but what's our league? Are we competing against each other? Are we just kind of competing against, other places? Like, what's our plan? So I would work on that.
So we'll try to work on finding a vendor that can come in and assess the area and give us a cost of how much they think it's gonna be to put in 2 football fields / soccer fields, lighting and all that stuff. We'll start working on that over the next couple of months. Have some options before you all, again, in the next couple of months, and then we can start working on the league, the numbers, kind of crunching a budget for what we think it's gonna, what it's gonna bring in, what the outputs are gonna be.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on
I found
sports?
it- There's a couple things right now that goes on in different areas, like soccer shots and stuff, and and I've had kids within this, they usually work within their cell, like, if they got at least 4 teams, they can rotate around and play other people, but, the 3 to 5-year-olds, I don't think they don't wanna start traveling.
Right, no, but I'm just saying, like, are we gonna have 3 to 4 teams, like, of the 3 to 5-year-olds? Like, how, like, what's our plan? And if our plan is just to compete against, like, whoever we have sign up for the Marvin League, that's totally fine. Just like I said, like, for Champ Sports, like, over at Calvary, Church, they have a whole bunch of, different teams within the same, age range, and so they're all competing against each other. They all go to the same spot, they are all competing there every Saturday at whatever. But what are we gonna do? Like, what's our plan? And I think that's what you need to work on.
Well, I think, I've got a comment on that too. I think that we should keep it within Marvin. One thing that we talk about is getting Marvin people out. I think this right here, if we bring in other people, I think we'd have more of them than we would Marvin. Do it with Marvin to get them here, to get them used to coming to things.
Yeah, I think that some of these programs, those
Well,
kids
and
are gonna
Maybe
actually.
you have resident prices and you have non-resident prices. Like, I don't know, there's just a bunch of, and I don't disagree with that, because I do think that having like a Marvin League would be awesome. I just don't know that we're going to have enough people to support it.
We'll
if
get
we
some numbers. Let's
promote
first
it-
and foremost get numbers on the
Yeah.
cost of the
If we
infrastructure and
promote it
fields.
well enough, we'll draw some of our residents from some of these other leagues that they're playing on, because that's all that's available out there now. They'll transfer to their home league.
So,
I mean, if we don't have like an 8. I don't disagree, but if we don't have like 8 different flag football teams in the 13, 14 range, and that we've only got one, who are we competing against?
Yeah, I get that.
Well,
So then they're not gonna leave their other leagues, because they're like, I don't have anybody to compete against.
in fairness, my only concern is, why are we even looking at putting in fields? Because fields are multi-million-dollar things. So you'd start a league first and maybe rent out fields and establish that, and then see what kind of acceptance from the community. Then you go into, okay,
I think that's
it
why we
gets
were
so big that
looking,
now we're gonna be looking at,
well, I think that's why we're looking at the elementary school and try to utilize somebody else's to see if we have the interest in it. I think we're gonna have to look at it from a bunch of different angles, and you're gonna have to figure out, like, where are we starting? Like, because it is gonna be hard, like, but we need to figure out, like, where are you starting? What are your, like,
And I don't think we're talking about developing multi-million-dollar fields either, Joe. I think we're talking about what we.
throwing some paint on some grass?
Yeah,
and-
well, just to redo
yeah.
the fields at the high school was gonna cost millions.
Yeah,
is
we're
my
not going in
understanding.
that caliber yet, I don't
I
think.
understand it, but as I'm thinking about this, WUMA would be a good topic of discussion to say, hey, have you guys even entertained this? And because what it's gonna come down to is the acreage and the space, and again, it goes back to funding and us as municipalities competing against the developers who just want to put homes in versus maybe fields, that we all should take a shared responsibility to have fields available. And again, it's right.
Working on too, so.
Well, I think,
So I say just, let's do some more research, bring us back some more stuff.
yeah, well, to Joe's point, I think we should bring it up at WUMA and see if there's any interest in, because I know there's other municipalities that do have programmers that possibly we could work together with and come up with some community property somewhere.
So if I can ask Tyler to just start going down the list of his January, February, and we can just say, you can say what you like, what you don't like, if there's anything that you have in mind for those specific dates or those months to add in here. And then we can just kind of, we at a staff level will bring back more detail on those specific things that you like.
Real quick, I will also mention we do have 2.5 acres at the Jones Homes development that's been dedicated to us there. I know it's like right off of Newtown, but that's also in play for future.
Where's that?
Jones
The
Homes.
Heritage subdivision, if everything goes through, part of their submittal was dedicating that 2.5 acres at the front for a park to the village. And so that is an option, because we have, obviously, the details of how we develop park and what amenities there have not been figured out.
Tyler?
Yeah, so it's just kind of a rough schedule going down the line here, but one of the continuing programs that we were thinking is something like Moms on the Move, which is just a couple times a week, an early morning, get the community out on the trails, on the greenways, and just kind of have a meetup. Not necessarily, we just put out the location, more or less, and then have whoever wants to show up at, say, 8 o'clock comes. It's a group. You can bring a stroller. You can not bring a stroller. You can pretty much like that kind of a continuous program. You get down to like March, just go for like adult movies in the park, Drafts and Laughs. Go through Easter, April, get the Easter egg hunt. That's when we'd probably April, May start a spring program, whatever sport we have going that year. Kind of roll through there. Soccer could run pretty much any time the days are long, from spring to summertime. Just do T-ball. This is all speaking if we have the availability of space. Another program we had talked about was astrology in the park. I know some other places in Union County have a guy that does it. And then bring them out to Eford Park during the night, maybe do that in the summertime or the fall. I'm not really sure. I don't know when the stars are super great. August, we keep National Night Out. July, also summertime, late summer, early fall, cornhole tournament or disc golf tournament, since we have the ability to do that at Eford Park. Then later on in the fall, trick or treat in October. Frights and Pints would just be a scary movie in October around Halloween, have beer out there, watch Friday the 13th or something of that nature, blown up.
More on the older people kind of.
Yeah, play an older movie get down November, Friendship Tree, barbecue, bourbon, beers event. It could be either we have people come out who are like barbecue vendors, or we market it as like a barbecue cook-off, like a smoke-off. You could come out there early in the morning. I don't know if the community's really into smoking a bunch of meat or anything, but that could be a way to get people out there.
I don't know, there's some people that cook around here.
You talking about the moms out with the strollers and things. The gentleman that ran the 5K and won had a stroller. He beat everybody handling it.
He did. It was amazing.
The guy that won the 5K this year did it pushing a kid in a stroller.
Right.
And he was talking about that, and I see somebody, well, I wouldn't want to take my kid. Well, the guy that won it.
Well, he technically finished second.
Because the kid won.
Yeah, the kid was the first one across.
Also, the last event program that could go on in the fall would be something like a Blues and Brews event, like a bluegrass festival featuring beer and food trucks at a park, live music, something like that.
So, real quick, Tyler, you forgot the most important event, Marvin Day.
Marvin Day, it's not on there in March.
We'll add Marvin Day into there, but I wanted to just kind of get a feel from you all as to maybe picking two
I
of
mean,
these
May.
and letting us roll with two of them. I don't want to do all of it now, but if we can just pick two that we really, really like and let us start focusing on those two or three.
Bourbon and barbecue, because that has been a request from Park Rec and Greenway.
And is November good for that, do you think, or
I just
would
put-
y'all rather do?
Yeah, cooler weather is good. Definitely don't want it too hot. November is probably good.
Any fall period would be good.
Yeah. I mean, I like all the ideas and, you know, however they phase in, however we can develop them. I think these are all winning ideas. It's just a matter of,
How easy would it be to do a cook-off for barbecue?
that's what we're just talking about.
I mean,
Barbecue and
in
barbecue,
Eford Park,
yeah.
where it's really not, you just pick and have it every year.
Yeah.
that everyone comes and they compete, and we'll be the judges.
Hey, I like that idea.
Just saying.
Joe just signed us up for something cool.
Something that would be training wheels for what would eventually happen when we get the amphitheater in here. Would this transfer over?
I mean, we could, do some of the stuff would be there, some of the stuff would be here.
I think the cook-off would always be at the park, because that's got a large enough facility for
Yeah.
people to just bring in their cookers
Yeah,
and do
but,
it.
you have the amphitheater down here, you do frights and pints.
Yeah, you
Like,
do that stuff here.
With the
There's
movie
certain
stuff
things that would
here, yeah.
Be back and forth, but I think, these are all great ideas, and this is one of those things that's kind of my little pet thing since I've been on PRG is about bringing the community together, getting people together, this is what the Heritage District is all about. These are great programs. I'd love to see every single one of them up and running and that, so.
Okay, but Christina wants us to pick the top
Yeah.
two,
I
so
think I
let's do
wanna bring up
that.
One thing about barbecue and cook-off, if you have a barbecue on Saturday, they're gonna start getting there about 6 or 7 o'clock on Friday night to start cooking.
Yep,
Absolutely.
if they're serious, if they know what they're doing.
Because, and they're gonna stay there all night.
Well, we'll start working on something for November for the barbecue cook-off. We'll bring some ideas back to you all. We'll get it to BRG as well. But let's pick another one. I mean, we're obviously gonna do some of the static ones, the friendship tree, the Christmas
Easter
tree
egg
lighting.
hunt.
You like the Easter egg hunt?
I mean, that was a huge
huge
hit
hit.
the first year that you did it, like, it was
Thanks to
crazy.
Jill.
I know, I wasn't here yet.
It was crazy.
We got time for that.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
we're gonna run up against the Easter egg hunt with Marvin Day. They're gonna be about 2 weeks apart, but, you know,
That'll be, you don't know
A
where it
great
is.
one, the Easter egg hunt before to get
Yeah.
more people to
yeah,
hear about what's happening.
Marvin Day.
All the advertising.
Yep.
So we'll focus on those two, and we'll just periodically bring these back in to see what we can weave back in at a staff level. But let's focus on those two. Let's let Tyler get acclimated to the job and all the events that are here in general, and then we can add these in. I think it's a good separation of going ahead and adding one this year and then one next year.
You
So-
think that, I don't mean to overload, but do you think that this Moms on the Run thing could be scheduled in there as well? Because I think it's a very simple thing, and I think
Yeah,
it's
it's very passive.
basically
It's-
kind of runs on its own, and
Yeah.
that just kind of gets that program rolling.
I think so.
There's not a whole lot goes into it.
Anybody to like be an instructor unless some
Right.
person was just like, I'll be.
Yeah.
the person.
Just organize it and
Which
then
we'll
let
just
it
set the
run on
dates,
its
the
thing.
location, then maybe the loop,
Yeah.
and then it's just
I think that's
going.
perfect, yeah.
Yeah.
Side note, I'm not opposed to being the judge to bourbon tastings, beer tastings, or barbecue tastings.
Can we say wine tasting?
Is there any other kind of topic events that y'all don't see here that you'd like to see?
The only one that comes to mind, and it's something that Weddington did, and they're pretty successful. They called it Food Truck Friday, or, and it was just, they knew certain food trucks were gonna be there, and you would just converge on their place. There was place to park, you could park in, for them, it was, the overflow was probably the Teeter parking lot, but very easy to access, and it seemed to work, and it goes back to gatherings and stuff where you're gonna have, a certain amount. But
I feel like Food Truck Fridays are gonna be great when the amphitheater is finished and when you've got some of this commercial stuff and we can have it here, they can park here, and then you can kind of start walking and sitting and having a place. I think I love that idea, and I think it's great. I think maybe wait
Yeah.
until this is done, and then we can utilize both
the
parcels.
beautiful
with
thing
you
I've
on
always
that.
said about that is it's not a fixed structure, it's not a building, and it's a place, a gathering place that,
Yeah.
it's just.
And I think that's an awesome idea for here rather than at the park. I
Okay.
don't know that that's really.
Any other, you're good?
I'm good.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Next up, we have update from Finance Director on investment account with IntraFi.
Yeah, and I'll just introduce real quick and just say, if you remember, we changed our cash investment revenues this past year. We went from, I don't know, $3,000 or $4,000 in revenues to up to $75,000 in revenues by changing the way we're doing some of our investment strategy. Jill has got everything submitted over to the appropriate folks, so we'll start seeing hopefully some activity there, but I'm just going to turn it over to her. Just wanted to give you that quick background real fast.
Okay, so we did enter into the agreement with Pinnacle Bank. We opened our accounts. We have successfully transferred $1.8 million to them. Really, the only update that I want to keep you guys in the know on is we had hoped to be able to, the accounts were opened with enough time, but we had some back and forth between ourselves and Chaplin and Pinnacle with some language in the contract that we just had to kind of go back and forth and hash out. So we didn't get the green light to move the funds until the middle of July. Christina and I had been hoping to have the funds moved sort of at the beginning of July so we could capitalize on a full month of potential interest earning. I'm not worried about it now. Could it cause potentially us to be slightly under what we had predicted for revenue? Maybe. But if the market does better than what we're sort of estimating, it might not make an impact at all. So I'm going to monitor it. I'll start reporting to you guys monthly as we start seeing the interest payments come in on these CDs. They did switch them to where there's not really any single CD that's going to exceed $205,000. So you guys had wanted us to leave some margin for that interest to grow. He couldn't guarantee me that it would be $200,000 across the board. One might be like $195, one might be $205, but they get the point. They're going to leave that margin so that the interest is also secured by FDIC for y'all. And that's all I got.
No, real quick, can you just mention the language issues that we had in the agreement? Can you just talk about that real quick, because I want to make sure they're aware.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty standard language where we're agreeing that, like, we're going to hold them harmless for things that are out of their control and stuff. And Chaplin just kind of thought it was a little too broad, so he was comfortable with it overall, but he just took a shot, to say, hey, can we cross some of this out, or can we make this a little bit more, a little bit less vague? And it turns out that it's just a standard form that they use across the bank, so they were not really able to modify it just for us. So we went some back and forth. We got some clarification. We talked to other towns and other people that are using the IntraFi product, and at the end of the day, Chaplin felt that the risk was minimal, and he was totally comfortable with us moving forward. And so we went forward even though we were unsuccessful in getting some of the language changed.
So basically, the hold harmless, the 100% guaranteed hold harmless that we were looking for from them didn't actually take place. Chaplin tried to work with it. There was some language in there. I don't remember specifically what it said, but it was basically we were trying to get them to agree to say anything that happens, accidental or intentional, they are going to be responsible for, and they didn't agree to that. Chaplin still felt good with the language. The risk was not worth, the gain was more than the risk, so he felt comfortable with it on the end. I just wanted to let y'all know that there is a little bit of hold harmless gap that we were not comfortable with, but at the end of the day, Chaplin agreed to say, okay, we're good.
And Jill, refresh my memory, is there a guarantee on the minimum return?
No, they're not guaranteeing any returns. It's really just market fluctuations, but we're predicting based on our estimates with First Tryon, who kind of did a market analysis for us. We're looking at about 4.25%, not across the entire fiscal year. It's going to go up and down depending on the season. But we have an entire kind of model that First Tryon and myself and Christina worked on, plugged in some numbers to basically spit out the $75,000 number is what we felt comfortable with achieving if our market predictions are correct with the percentages.
So to stay below the 250,000 threshold, say you earn interest of, you have a $200,000 account, you earn interest of $40,000. Are we able to take that $40,000 and create, with a bunch of other accounts, and create another account, and that just, it's all multiple accounts?
Yep, we can move everything whenever we need to, but the reality is on $1.8 million at a 4.25 average return, we're looking at $75,000 for the entire year, spread out across 10 CDs. So it's very unlikely that we will end up with any account that's pushing in on that 250 FDIC limit unless we're going into a second year of this investment strategy. And in that case, we'll just continue to keep those CDs under, well, we'll have new CDs at that point. We'll be selling and opening up new ones. But yeah, that's not a concern per CD.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, moving on. Next up, consider call for public hearing for consideration of the Sage at Marvin subdivision preliminary plat and construction plans. A public hearing is required to approve the preliminary plat and construction plans for the major subdivision.
So moved.
Similar. No questions?
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have a discussion and consideration of infrastructure repair policy.
She wants to pick it up.
So this is more information / making sure you guys, I'm in the ballpark. Christina asked me, it's been about a year now, to do like a sidewalk repair policy, kind of part of Tom Short and so on. Well, with the issue that arose in Weddington Chase, I tried to broaden that to really any concrete repair and utilizing our pre-existing contracts. Basically, this policy, it puts the responsibility on the property owners to initiate it. The property owners will pay the sole cost of it, but we will utilize our professional contracts instead of them having somebody else. And the reason why it's done that way is two things, is even though some of this might be on private property or not necessarily our responsibility to maintain, we know that it's going to get done right and at our standard. It also will potentially allow for a cheaper cost, especially as we continue to grow our public works staff. Some of this can be done in-house compared to existing, and so we'll just have to then figure out a rate for man hours for that and material. But then at the same time, this provides opportunity for if a neighborhood wants the installation of curb and gutter, all of that. So it's a rough draft. I don't know if Christina's had a chance to fully review it. I don't necessarily know I don't know if I need you guys to make a motion on this today.
Has Chaplin looked at it?
Not yet.
Okay, well then I'm not making a motion on it.
Are you guys okay with it in concept? We'll get
Yeah,
him to
I'm
review it.
okay with the concept of it. As
Okay.
long as everybody's good with it legally, and Christina, you're good with it, then I would say put it on the consent agenda for approval at the next meeting.
Okay, yeah, and if everything's good, I'll create like a application to go with it. Basically, it's just a property owner. It's basically taking those 1 through 6 and putting it on an application where the property owner signs beside each one.
Good job,
Move that
thank
to
you.
Review with Chapman.
Yes.
All right. Next up, we have discussed and considered RFP bids from Bars Recreation and Churchage Recreation and enter an agreement for construction of the new playground at Eford Park with selected contractor not to exceed the dollar amount to be determined and allow manager to execute the contract.
So,
Go ahead.
so Tyler put this on, but since I've been involved in it from the beginning, I'll just kind of take it over and say, this has been the playground replacement we've been discussing in the last couple of meetings. You all had seen 2 presentations several months ago. You had decided to go with Bars Recreation with some concepts that they had presented before you. Legally, we had to go back out for an RFP process. This is our second RFP with this playground, so we are good to go after this. We've got 2 bids in. There are 2 options presented before you all. Bars was the initial person that had submitted that you guys liked, so we used some of the same concepts in our RFP request. They've put together an art rendering that included tops. You all had requested tops and then a connector piece from what the original presentation was, and so they've done that. It's presented before you all. It was a slight increase. Let's see, $360,000 is what they've got quoted here. That's actually with tax, so its subtotal is $337,000. We would get that $22,000 back from the state, so really they're $40,000 over what the initial request was. We would have to pull that from fund balance because we did only reserve $300,000. So you have that in front of you. You also have the second option to consider. I'm sorry, hang on, I'm looking at 360 is actually just for,
Is the 360 for the toddler playground too?
yeah, I'm looking at that real quick. I didn't see that second quote. Let me come back to that question. I'm looking at it right now, but you also have the other option in there as well from churches, which aesthetically, I don't think you guys are gonna like that one, but let me look at this real quick. We did also ask them to put in some of those things that you all had mentioned, the fall zone.
See, is this one the one?
Yeah, it's the one that,
Is it that one? Because I want the one with the bridge. That's not the drawing one.
This is, let's see, the one that they are proposing. I'm trying to, if you look at the one, if you look at this, it shows you the overview of it.
Is that this
And
one?
it looks like it is this.
Okay, as long as those two match, then I like it. But I need to know if they match and if the quote includes the toddler playground. Let me see.
yeah, I'm on Church's right now.
Let me, yeah, it's not very clear, let's see. Alternate 3. Okay, okay, I got you now. So this $467,000 one is the one that you like, this one.
Okay.
That's 467.
400
400.
and
Yes.
67?
Yes. And that includes the tot. If you look at, that one's called let's see, option 3 alternate. So the option 3 updated,
Is anybody surprised?
option 3 updated was just putting the top on, and that is the 360.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that one looks big.
This one? What about that one?
No, that one's 300, I'm sorry. Unless that quote carries over. Okay, so do you like, so you like the option,
Yeah,
option 3 alternate of 467,000?
yeah, we want the rich one with the raccoon faces,
So
all
what-
that stuff.
Is that the opinion of everyone?
I don't like the price. I think you should go back and negotiate the price.
Yeah, I can do that for sure.
That's crazy.
And I saw this in one of the bids, and I'm assuming it's in every bid. Are we looking at this the wrong way? Because what I'm showing is they're charging us to get rid of the existing stuff.
I can go out there with a sledgehammer and take care of that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there may be someone or a community that would like to have that stuff, and you could almost put it out to bid to say, come get it, and it's yours, and you're actually getting paid to get rid of it, because someone may be interested in it.
This is why he's the mayor.
So we can do,
Get paid big bucks.
I know.
we can,
I might just throw an open bid out there and say, yeah, I'll take care of it.
Yeah, I'd put that in my
Because
woods.
they're charging us, what, how much?
it's
And
about
what's the-
$30,000.
$30,000 to get rid of it. Okay, so I'm telling you right now, if that's the case, I might be interested in putting a trailer up there and just taking everything away and saving you guys $30,000. Just being transparent to all the community and stuff. Where are you gonna put it? In an Airbnb on 20 acres of land up in Pennsylvania.
So let me ask
Well,
you
we can
this real
keep it
fast.
local and put it in my woods.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying,
He
we
will.
may
He'll
be
be the
looking,
first one out. I gotta get rid of the
we may be
grandkids out of
looking
the
at this
house.
the wrong way, just if you want to save some money, the $30,000, there may be a community, is, number one, what is salvageable out of the existing playground? It may be perfect for another community that's looking to save money and doesn't have the funds. And can they come in here and you almost have an open public bid on it to say, hey, come get it and let's save funding from that standpoint.
We can definitely, I can definitely negotiate that into the process, and we can look at the disposal of surplus property. We can go through that and save some money. We'd obviously have to get some hold harmless agreement signed so you don't fall down and break your leg. But if one thing I wanted to mention real quick, on this one that you like, would you be interested, if this was the case, would you be interested in not doing the tot lot? Because this kind of could serve as the same thing, or either somehow merging the tot lot into that portion. I mean, that would give me some room to maybe negotiate some changes on the cost. It's page 470.
And here's the only thing, is that you're gonna have the 8 to 12-year-old kids from, and running over the 3 and 4-year-old.
Okay.
And that's why I wouldn't wanna, I mean, if we're gonna do it, let's just do it, and we do it right.
Okay.
I mean, and that's one thing that we've not had yet is for the tots. I mean, that's something that's,
Well, if y'all want to move forward with picking bars and this kind of concept, I can go back to them and try to negotiate some things, get some more clarity from them. But legally, we had to go through this process to get to the vendor so we could start the negotiating, and then we can come back to the drawing board for a final design and approval.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to award the agreement for the construction of the new playground at Marvin Eford Park to Bars Recreation. Direct the manager to go and negotiate price, what it includes, design, et cetera, and bring it back to us.
With the ability of the option to potentially revisit the removal.
Yeah, price. So with us removing it or someone removing it and not them, so adjust the price accordingly.
So moved.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jesus.
I just was thinking through this.
she's getting hangry.
All right, next up, we have discuss and consider authorizing manager to execute agreement with Ancura for cyber incident forensic audit.
Response and prepare budget amendment if needed.
That show up
So
on that.
moved. Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Kim. This doesn't, I'm sorry, it doesn't work with me. I know. Next up, we have discussion and consideration of thermoplastic crosswalk at Weddington Chase.
This is actually a pretty uncharted territory for us. Since we have gotten into the road business, we really haven't had any issues with some of the existing kind of paintings, so to say. Weddington Chase has come to us and requested the replacement of some of their crosswalks and like lines that they've got drawn for stop signs. You've got some pictures and images in here. Disregard the potholes in there. We're gonna have to work on that as a separate issue. But the areas that they've identified as needing those crossbars painted and then, I'm sorry, stop bars painted and then crosswalks. It looks like there's 3 crosswalks and several stops where they've got lines for stop signs. We've got 2 options here. What looks to be presented before you today is where we went in, or someone went in initially and actually just painted it on the ground. So there's 2 options where we can get the materials to actually start painting stripes like this and doing that in-house, or we can get the thermoplast applications to be installed by a contractor, which is obviously a more expensive cost, but it has a higher life expectancy. The potential for either one of these ranged from anywhere from $5,000 for the painting to around 10,000 for the thermoplast. They're asking us to come in and pay for it because it is our roads. Typically, what happens, if someone new requests a crosswalk, we ask them to pay for it with our traffic mitigation policy. But since it's existing before we took over the roads, I don't know how y'all want to handle that. I don't know if y'all want to take care of the existing.
Well, is it considered, because I'm reading the first, or an email, it says attached is the traffic calming form. So what does our traffic calming policy say?
It doesn't really go into detail on these. It really more or less discusses speed humps, speed bumps, speed tables, the installation of stop signs. It's kind of vague when it comes to this.
This is something that we're gonna definitely have to address moving forward, because all of the roadways that we're potentially going to take over have painted lines, stop lines, side lines, center lines, all these things. And from my point of view, any road markings that are on the pavement are part of the actual pavement maintenance. So, and as far as the thermoplast, I think it's a much better thing because it lasts a lot longer, but it's also impregnated with reflective properties, which makes it much more visible during low visibility situations. So I would say that I would be more in favor of doing the thermoplast than the paint, if it was up to me, as far as.
What's the cost difference?
$5,000, but the life expectancy is a much greater life expectancy.
So it's a $5,000 difference, or it's $5,000 total?
$5,000 difference.
So what,
Thermoplast, for all of what they're asking for, engineers have estimated around 10,000.
Painting it's.
And that's on the higher end.
and what's the life expectancy more?
It is more. It's several years more.
Several years?
Yes.
7 years?
Several. Hang on one second. Let
Several
me,
years. It wears a lot better. Most everything has gone to thermoplast markings now
first?
because of the amount of.
Not
wear
safety
that they have.
first, those things ought to be outlawed, because when wet, motorcyclists can slide right on that when they apply their brakes. But that's just my comment.
Good striping, good paint striping will last 1 to 2 years depending on traffic. Thermoplast will last anywhere from 4 to 8 years depending on traffic. And it's 6 times thicker than paint.
So how is that allowed on roadways if they're dangerous for not everybody? I mean, dangerous for others?
They're DOT approved, so I don't know.
I instruct to stay away from those and watch where you're stopping. So they're slick, but that, that's just speaking for a certain community.
So, back to, we're going to have to create some sort of policy. I would recommend that anything existing that we take over, that we maintain, but anything new, say neighborhood chooses to add a road hump or add some striping, that's going to be on the HOA. I know the state did that for us. They said, that's fine, we'll do the thing to see if you even deserve it. And I think we take that same path if a neighborhood wants.
So the policy is definitely clear on the speed table, speed humps, whatever you want to call them. So I think we can follow that same intent in the policy that, if you want a new hump, you pay for it. If you have an
Or new
existing one,
striping.
you pay for it. But yeah, the striping it's not clear on that one.
That's where.
So we can amend that traffic calming policy. I don't know how many existing subdivisions we have that actually had stripings, but handling this issue right here kind of sets the precedent of how we're going to do it in the future. And if you want to take the stance that anything that's existing today, we do, and then moving forward, if it's new, they do, because they would have an encroachment agreement for it at that point.
Yeah. Well, I think we almost have to do it that way because you can't go back to a community and say, okay, well, now you got to pay for this extra because we own and maintain the road. And if we go in there and repave, that goes away anyway. We're going to have to replace the striping. So one way or the other, we're going to have to maintain the road striping. So.
thermoplast or me out there with a can of spray paint?
Well, I mean, I understand Bob's point on the motorcycle thing. We're talking about neighborhoods where we're at low speeds,
And
stopping lines and
motorcycles
stuff.
should not be speeding in neighborhoods.
Right.
These
These are
Bob's point, though, you'd have the same issue with bicyclists. So, I mean, that's the concern. I mean, that, which you have a lot of bicyclists in neighborhoods.
The only, and I will say, the only problem from a painting standpoint too, that we've really got to consider is staff time. Because if it's going away every 1 to 2 years, it is a lot of time that we're going to be spending going back out and doing.
I just said I'd go out there with a can of spray paint.
All right, we just assigned you.
I'm volunteering, I'm voluntolding myself.
All in favor?
I mean, I think the thermoplast makes more sense. It's more reflective. It lasts longer, even though it's more expensive. I think we're gonna save money in the long run, and it will be,
But if someone, is that the one that's slick? Thermo?
yeah.
Okay, but someone gets hurt on that?
It's-
Are we responsible for that?
No, because, I mean, no.
It's a DOT.
It's a,
approved.
it's a
DOT
DOT-approved application. It's not like we're reinventing the wheel.
I just know we're responsible for roadways and sidewalks, I heard not long
Well,
ago.
I mean, the same thing could be applied to new asphalt and it rains and you hydroplane on it, it's slick. I mean, you just have to drive for conditions. That's what it is.
All right, so what's the decision? Do we want to?
I'm gonna make a motion to do the thermoplast.
Further discussion or any other motions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed, nay.
See, there you go. You gotta ask, man.
Sorry. We're on what, open topics? We take a quick bio break, is that all right?
I mean, this is probably a good spot to recess because she picked it up at 12, so she should be here any minute with lunch for you all.
Yeah, let's do that. Recess for lunch.
So moved.
I gotta be out.
I mean,
Just so you guys know, we were not planning on lunch today, but because your closed session went so long, I knew y'all would be here late and I want to feed you. But that's why it seems last minute and why it's not here yet.
thank you.
Thank you.
Stop at around 2 o'clock, so.
He had a hard stop at 9:30 earlier, and we see who's still here.
Hard stopping all over the place.
Okay, 10-minute recess. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
monthly communications, what we got?
Same, you got your August list as usual. Just let me know if you want me to add anything. The only thing not on there are communications relating to the GO bond. We've not had our kickoff meeting with Granite Sky yet. That's scheduled for next Thursday. So after that, we'll start figuring out a schedule for that kind of content.
One of the things that Mayor Pro Tem wanted to add at some point is doing a communication piece in the newsletter about why we have a Waxhaw post office. Like why some people say we live in Waxhaw when we really live in Marvin because of the post office. So if you want to get some information together, just put like a little news blurb on that. That'd be awesome.
We can absolutely do that. That'll be easy.
Technically, your deed should be changed too. Because on the deed, it says Waxhaw. For most.
The post office recognizes both municipalities, it's just under the same zip code.
Somebody was like, oh, is that the same as Waxhaw? I was like, no, it's not, it's Marvin. That's why I said Marvin. That's why I didn't say Waxhaw.
Anything else, Austin?
Any questions from anyone? All right. Moving on, copy of the council debrief. What?
Yeah, we pretty much covered it, but do you want to mention it?
Oh, well, just for public, because it was talked a little bit about. We had two homeowners from Weddington Chase come in, basically a sinkhole in their backyard. And as the documentation they provided us was that clearly it stated the homeowner was responsible for it. However, as Andy and I looked at it and the writing of it, somehow the developer turned over the responsibility of the individual homeowner to take care of the lines or any connections of sewer lines that actually the whole development feed from. So our suggestion to them is we would, number one, talk to Chaplin about where I don't think we have a responsibility, just looking at it and what it says. Stuff like that commonly is, and Hunter, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is commonly in a HOA agreement because it's a shared, within a development, it's a shared line that just happens to be running through the home. So our recommendation to them is to go back to their HOA, or more importantly, figure out where the lines are and to contact all of those homeowners. And if you have, there are not just that line, but there are multiple lines. And if they're all on the hook for that in their property, you're gonna find that the HOA typically would take care of that, because to put it on to an individual property owner. So we just mentioned we would talk about it openly and wanted to see what your thoughts were, if anything, and we can add this on the agenda officially because it wasn't on here. We don't have all the information they provided, but they were very complimentary of, Andy gave them a quick tour of what we're doing and all the things, and we're just trying to figure out a way for them to move forward on this particular issue. Right now, it's affecting 3 homeowners because it's in the corner of where 3 lots touch, and the hole is just, I think it was detached if we decided, based on looking at the pictures. The line was detached, but to put that on a homeowner to fix it when it feeds a multiple of homes, it didn't seem right or even legal. And we were gonna reach out to Chaplin to find out what the thoughts are, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, sorry guys. But that's all. I mean, it was a nice meeting. It's great to have them. Appreciate it. It was Colleen and Jennifer, I think, were their names, or Jessica, sorry. That's all I have.
Did we have ours, Wayne? Did we have ours? Nobody came, though. Did we have anybody come? Oh, we did have somebody come. We did. We already talked about it.
Yes.
Never mind. Okay, sorry.
All right, on to reports and updates.
Managers report?
All right, two of mine were already covered, and I just wanted to turn over to Jill real fast to give a POW bill update on the tracker sheet.
Okay, so each of you should have a pretty big spreadsheet in front of you. This is the latest Powell bill update for you all. We're in that time frame where we're submitting our expenditure reports and statements and everything that we need to secure funding for next year and report on our spending for last year. One thing is, we've decided to tweak this report a little bit, so it's going to look slightly different from what you've seen in the past, because as staff and council have worked to kind of find additional revenue sources to take care of our streets and roads, we're no longer just dependent on the allocations we're getting from Powell bill. So for us to kind of keep track, we've added a separate kind of section on here where we're just able to include money that we're getting from other sources, whether it's grants, interlocal agreements with various organizations to get us some additional funds. So you'll kind of see how we're keeping them separate, and that's really just because I need to keep it separate when I'm reporting to Powell bill. But it is helpful to kind of see the total that you've got, and you can kind of see the revenue carrying over because we haven't really spent a lot this past fiscal year, but as you can see by the numbers that are starting to turn red on here, that we're going to be potentially having some shortfalls.
And I just want to interrupt you real quick and just say, this is a 10-year projection. It doesn't mean that we are necessarily going to be presenting to you budgets that are in a deficit. It's just showing you that we do have areas that will be problematic in the future if we don't start making decisions today to add some more funding into this. So the biggest deficit you see is the 24-25, and most of that is attributable to that large, that $262,000 that's coming out for the sidewalk project. And then at some point, we see higher deficits, and most of that is associated with that same project, and we're starting to spend a little bit on the Bonds Grove, Waxhaw Marvin roundabout. So it doesn't mean that this is gonna always be in the hole, it's just showing you that there's problems in the future. We need to start talking about figuring out how to address it, and one of those things being to keep the, to get rid of the sunset of the vehicle tax fee. That's something that you all may want to consider in the future, but this is showing you at the sunset as you've originally proposed the 2-year sunset. So just letting y'all know that.
So for those who are out in the world saying that we're operating our budget on a deficit, we believe this is what is being discussed. It's
We
this.
can't-
Because this is the only thing that we have for a 10-year projection. And there are misconceptions out there that we are operating on a 10-year budget at a deficit, correct?
Well, we only have an annual operating budget. We don't have any 10-year budgets. The only
Correct.
10-year,
So the only thing that we have that goes out 10 years is the Powell bill.
as far as projections, yes.
Yes, so that does not mean that the village will be operating on a deficit, that we are budgeting out a deficit for 10 years. This is completely different. This is completely separate. This has nothing to do with our annual budget.
Well, the Powell bill tracker sheet has nothing, nothing in there is binding. It's merely just a projection sheet, so you can identify areas where you have surpluses and where you have weaknesses to address those deficits. We can't legally operate off of a deficit budget. So at the beginning of the year, when we present a budget to you all and you approve the budget, it has to be a balanced budget. We cannot legally operate at a deficit.
So how do I'm not saying we are, because we haven't, nor are we projecting to do so, but like I was just reading that the state of California is operating on like a $38 million deficit or something crazy, like, okay, billion. How does that happen?
I don't know. I do know that the North Carolina, with the local government commission and how the rules are done in North Carolina, we are one of the highest rankings in terms of financial goodness. Yeah, responsibility. North Carolina is one of the highest based on the rules and principles that we have. So it may have something to do with, they're just different, their state laws are different. the LGC is one of our regulatory agencies in terms of finances, so when we get to a certain state, as you all have heard, if it's a certain fund balance appropriation, if it's certain things that trigger them to look into stuff, they will come in and actually run things for you in terms of the financial side of things. We have to report nearly everything to them as far as investments, anytime we go out for financing, anytime we do anything that involves dollars and cents. We're audited every year, so not really sure how California works, but in terms of North Carolina, we're pretty monitored from that regulatory agency.
But just on something like this, and you mentioned the sunset clause, if we went away with that and there wasn't a sunset clause, how do those numbers change?
They would change. I mean, I can't tell you without actually playing with the model itself.
The other thing I kind of want to mention about this is if you see the numbers in red down below, the first thing that probably should have caught your eye is that the numbers in red, that is just showing you if we were only relying on Powell bill funds. So I'm still working to tweak this spreadsheet. I'm going to add a balance roll forward for the additional revenue that we've earmarked, but it's good to kind of see how, if you weren't out there applying for these grants and, doing these interlocal agreements and getting this money, that you would have had a deficit a lot earlier. But thankfully, we're still going to be looking at doing potentially some grants, especially for the roundabout payment that's going to come for the Bonds Grove. That's going to be a big one. So I'm going to tweak that middle section a little bit more so we can have a start, like a roll forward balance from the previous year, like last year, or like the Powell bill money, and probably present you with another updated version of this at a future meeting. But we just had Hunter take a look at some of these numbers. We spread some things out over multiple years that we thought would be more realistic as to when the payments will be due. So,
And just so y'all know too, the Bonds Grove Waxhaw Marvin is also part of the GEO bond question that you've proposed. So if that in fact approves, this does change a lot, and those numbers would come down dramatically from there.
Yeah, so for the public, this is a tool for us to use for planning for the future, is basically the bottom line. This is not an actual, this is not something that's going to happen in 3 years necessarily.
correct.
This is a planning model for us to discuss how we're going to fund these things, and we are certainly not operating at a deficit.
and your Powell bill allocation should continue to go up as we take ownership of more roads, but for now, spread out across the next, 6 or 7 years, we're just keeping the allocation stagnant until we do have more roads and we are getting larger allocations. So that number will change in the future as well.
Okay, thank you, Jill. This is very helpful. Again, a planning tool. And for those out there that are trying to educate themselves, and I appreciate the fact that people are trying to look at our planning tools, et cetera, but for those who are putting information out there, they should be very aware that we are, our budget is balanced, as it is very alluded to in one of our candidates' questionnaires, that we don't have a balanced budget. We do. And it says here that right now the 10-year budget projection is filled with deficits. If we prioritize projects, resident support, we can cut our waste. We are not operating at a deficit. We do not have a 10-year budget out there. So I would really like to encourage those people who are looking to run for office to get all of their information before they start putting false information out there. And I'm happy to sit down and talk, and my cell phone number is 704-208-7119. Feel free to call me anytime.
All right, anything else? Moving on, planners report.
Just got two things I want to update you guys on. First one being Belgrove's finally closing out. We did a walkthrough inspection yesterday. Everything is brought up to standard. They have submitted their road acceptance petition as well as with all the signed encroachment agreements. There's one outstanding encroachment agreement from Union County Water that for some reason Union County put it on DOT's form, so we're just trying to have them revise it and get it back to us. With that being said, it is anticipated that the road acceptance and bond release will be on your August meeting. Just want to give you guys, heads up on that. If you want to go out there and just look for yourself or see anything, feel free, and then let me know. Second update is just the development ordinance rewrite. We are starting to get into the actual regulations, establishing, what zoning districts we want to have and what the regulations are within those districts. With that being said, I do encourage council to either attend the meeting or watch the meeting. Be happy to get you guys copies of the binders and copies of the language. And I will probably request that you guys schedule a joint meeting in September, October with Planning Board, because my goal is I don't want to get so far ahead in that and Planning Board make a recommendation to you guys, and then you guys have different views, and we gotta kind of go back and forth. I want you guys to kind of be involved in the process, go ahead and put in, your input, comments, as well as just learn about everything being proposed and kind of how we're gonna use this ordinance to our advantage. So just wanted to make you guys aware of that, and then, like I said, I'll work with Austin and the Planning Board, and we'll get some dates for a joint meeting, probably, like I said, within the next 2 months. 3 months. That's it.
Any questions? Thank you, Hunter. Event planning report.
National Night Out, Tuesday. If anyone is interested in coming, helping out, ask that you be there at 4:30 in the afternoon.
Not if anybody is, you will all be there at 4:30 on Tuesday for National Night Out.
Just like that. And,
So in the future, Tyler, if you want people there, just tell her, and she will make sure everybody's there.
and she'll handle that, absolutely.
Do we have all the refreshments and hot dogs and hamburgers, and we have all that?
Only thing we're lacking is the fresh stuff that I gotta get Tuesday, like bread and stuff I couldn't get beforehand. That's about it.
Good job. I look forward to seeing everyone Tuesday at 4:30, but it starts at 5:30. So I look forward to seeing the community at 5:30.
Tyler and I were discussing it might be great if our officials who are up for reelection wanted to be behind the food line handing out the hot dogs.
I
Wink,
think that's a great
wink.
idea.
And maybe one
Shaking
of our
hands, kissing
candidates.
babies.
I mean,
Right, Bob? Shaking babies, kissing hands? I mean, Zip it here. That's disgusting. All day. $4:30, Joey. With your chef's hat on. I got one.
Says, vote for me.
It will. All right, thank you, Tyler. And next up, agenda items, review of action items.
I'm gonna kind of go in reverse order here. So everyone is to be at the park at 4:30, set up for National Night Out. We're gonna move forward with the thermoplastic crosswalks at Weddington Chase. We're going to execute the agreement with Anchor for the cyber incident forensic audit response and work on that budget amendment. We're going to move forward with Bars Recreation, and Christina's going to negotiate with them on pricing. We're going to have Christina and Chaplin review the infrastructure repair policy and have that on consent at the next meeting. Tyler's going to continue to move forward with some of the new programs and events, including the November barbecue cook-off and an Easter egg hunt in April. Let's see. We're going to move forward with installing internet at Marvin Eford Park. Christina's got her changes for the drainage study. And Christina's going to negotiate with the HOAs for Tom Short. And that's about it.
PIM's Hit list.
Joe.
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 First on the list. Got just a few things. Joe.
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 Joe. All right. Any update from the chimneys?
Yes, they emailed me a few more questions while I was out. I did respond to them in my free time. So I'm just waiting to hear back. It seems like we're moving forward with,
Good.
they're asking very good questions.
Good, okay. Well, good. So save those questions for a Q&A that we can just hand to people too.
Some are more neighborhood specific, but yes.
Well, but, okay. All right, Parkland. Wayne, Hunter, any luck yet? Okay. Hunter won't even look at me. He's like, no, he's hiding behind the computer. Annexation reform, Mayor Polino with Mark Brody. Any follow-up there?
Nothing further at this time.
Okey dokey. I think we can go ahead and site plan for Heritage District sewer tap. I think we can go ahead and just get rid of that for now. If we need to bring it back, we can.
So we'll delete that off.
Yeah. Tyler's in progress with that. Winmore.
I've got a meeting with them, not next week, but the week after.
Okay. Regional stormwater is these 4 lots, is that correct? Is that what we're calling regional?
It's pretty much on pause.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Let's put that one
there-
on hold, if that's the 4-lot one.
There may be an opportunity for a combined one with an adjoining property owner, but won't get into more detail until we see some things.
Okay. Yep, mark that one on hold. Councilman Wortman, have you finished all of your projects at Village Hall?
They will be finished today.
Hot dog. Okay, so we'll leave that on there, and then I'll ask you next time. Are you gonna be able to finish all of them
Weather
today?
permitting.
I can't do the pavers, but I can finish the interior stuff, which will be painted this afternoon and finished.
Why can't you do the pavers?
Because we don't have the engraver worked out yet, so I can't move forward until we know if we can engrave them in place or if they have to be removed.
Don't we
So-
have the engraver?
We do have it. It's something it's on staff's back burner list with Matt and his guys doing primarily maintenance right now. He's got to learn the technology side of it, and he just hasn't had time to do it.
So we will no longer fuss at Councilman Wortman then for not having all of his list done because he is then waiting on other people to get their stuff done?
Unless we want to do the engraving outsourcing.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, I'm gonna mark this done, but I don't want anybody fussing at Andy for stuff not being done. Okay. No, you're gonna keep it on there because I'm gonna make sure it's done at the next meeting. You can do complete for interlocal agreement because we let them know that we would be willing to do the billing. Ooh, willing to do the billing. That's it. That's my whole list. Thank you.
Well, that went quick. The list is dwindling. It's actually less than, I can fit it all on one screen. That's good.
All right, let's go around the horn. Start with Andy. Council comments.
Well, I want to thank everybody involved today with all of the work we had to do today. It's been a long meeting, and everybody has spent a lot of time today on getting some things resolved. And so thank you to council and staff for all of the long, hard work today. Also, of course, thank you to our deputies. Be safe. It's hot, and I'm sure that it's even hotter for them with their uniforms and such, so be careful out there. That's all I've got.
Mr. Mark Elise.
Just wanted to thank the public for their patience regarding the roundabout, the closure, and then the reopening, which there'll be another closure when we'll find that out. So everybody pack your patience with the hot weather as we're going through. But thank you, of course, to the staff. You guys are doing an outstanding job, and it's amazing where we are today versus where we were even a year and a half ago. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just thanks to staff for all that you guys do. Really appreciate it. Thanks to council. I'm looking forward to National Night Out and all of the fun fall events. I'm excited about our bourbon and barbecue coming up. That's going to be fun. That's it. Thank you.
Again, I guess everyone kind of covered it. We're in the doldrums of summer, but that doesn't slow staff down. So thanks, staff, for all you guys do, guys and gals, and it's very appreciative. And again, Tommy and Ed, y'all just be safe out there. You do a great job for us. That's it.
Thank you, Dwayne.
I thank the staff and the officers, and ditto what everyone else is talking about too, the others.
Thank you. As always, we thank staff and had this discussion. I'm trying to think who it was with. Maybe it was the ladies that came in for coffee with council, but just we really appreciate, they were looking at everything we were doing and stuff, and a lot of it is up to what staff does for us too, because you guys are here doing a lot of the work, and more importantly, trying to create a situation where we keep good people here and pay them appropriately so they're not worried about it. But anyways, looks like for Board of Elections, everything is set. It looks like 4 people are running for 3 positions, and I'll be running unopposed, but I'm still going to take this very seriously and be out there hitting the trail, knocking on doors. I did want to give an update that Christina just received from Sean Epperson. This is public information as of 12:57. Was a text sent back to her about the roundabout. The first closure was just for a week. They actually opened it up a day or 2 early for the installation of encasement pipes for the sewer line. They are now working on all the sewer line work that is off the roadway and does not require a closure of roadway or the intersection. At this time when they will be complete, this work is not 100% certain, so a set date for the closure of the intersection to build the roundabout has not been set. We will monitor their progress, and once both us and the contractor are more comfortable with setting a firm date, we will do so. We will be providing at least 1 week's notice on this. We will make sure you are made aware of this date once we know what it will be, so.
What about the schools? What about, why is this sewer work being done now and not the previous months when all the rest of the utility work was being done? I'd like answers to those questions. And I have one more comment whenever you're finished, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm just saying, I'll finish by saying I'm just happy to be here. Had a little bit of excitement on our family trip where we went whitewater rafting, and I had just asked the guide of 29 years, has he ever flipped a boat? And he said he has, but he stayed on, and then not minutes later, they took photos and video of this, so it's all on record. Most groups, there were 5 groups traveling with us. Most groups had 100 pictures. For our group, there were 200 pictures of us going from sheer joy to sheer panic. And I came up under the boat. I was in a little air pocket, thought I was safe, and thought I knew what to do. Took a big breath and took a big bunch of water in, and then I started to panic a little bit when I got out. Saw none of my family around in class 4 wave, so it was pretty exciting. Boats were all there. The captain was able to get the boat back upright and was retrieving people out of the water. Very exciting. Don't want to ever go through that again, but it was, and I don't think my kids will go whitewater rafting for some time, but I applaud the guy that, the captain who got everyone back on board. So thankfully everybody is good to go. And I'm sitting here before you, as well as my family that's here. That, and I'll leave it. Kim wanted one more comment? Go ahead.
I would like to congratulate Christina on being one of the 100 most powerful women in Union County for 2023.
Whoa. Weren't you on that list too?
Oh, wait, I was. Yes,
You
I
were
was.
that, weren't you on that list?
Good job, Christina.
Good job.
Keeping us
we couldn't have had two better people for that position, so
And we're
thank
gonna,
you
and
for
we're gonna
that.
get Jill on
And
that
thi-
list next year.
There you go. Anyway, and with that, thank you all for being here and all that you do, council, and look forward to, I guess, our next time we see each other is at National Night Out. So we'll see you all there, flipping burgers or whatever it is we do. And please come out. And with that, I'll need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, thank you. It was so great that I had the need to move over here.